night or something like that. I wrote the exact amount in the chat, which is linked above, when that came out today. I'm going to tell you that in several states for sure, and Meryl, if she's interested in talking about it, could probably talk about Michigan, because that's one of the several states. I think they're saying that there's a little cluster of states, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, I forget what the other state was, maybe it was Illinois, where it's the rate of gasoline, Pennsylvania, I think, as well. The rate of gasoline rising is disproportionate to the rest of the nation, which is difficult enough. And they anticipate some of the report. And supposedly $4 a gallon was supposed to be the tipping point. Well, we're way beyond that now on the average. In fact, is there anybody here who's spent recently less than $4 a gallon? I spent $3.99.9, but that was at Costco, which is generally 10 to 20 cents less than the other costs at the normal regular retail pumps. So that's kind of like an outlier, the Costco's and the Sam's Clubs and the Kroger, the ones that have these bulk membership deals where they're able to keep the price down a little bit. And with the exception of these membership discounted pumps, it's over $4 a gallon everywhere. And now they're talking $5. So that is the pressure point. There's no question about that, Howard. Interestingly, do you remember when Joe Biden, do you remember that guy was president of the United States and gasoline prices went up? I don't know if you saw this in Arizona, but I saw it in the various states that I've been driving: New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. Well, not so much in New Jersey because you don't pump your own gas in New Jersey, but in the other states, you go to the pump and there would be a sticker on the pump that somebody would have put on there right by the cost of the gasoline, and it would be a caricature of Biden. But I think you're right, Howard. That is the pressure point. Agent, followed by Merrill.
Hi, Gary. Yeah, it's interesting. I've been watching the MAGA, or it's not even the MAGA civil war, because it is in a way, but there's obviously Trump voters, I think, expand beyond just MAGA. I think it's the coalition's a bit broader into far-right people that just happen to align for convenience with John, because I think of MAGA as the actual cult of personality at this point. And even Trump says it that way of I am MAGA. Mark Levin, who says all these things that are against America, he is MAGA because I say he's MAGA. It's like that kind of thing. But yeah, I think
Mark Levin says things against America.
Yeah, he clearly prioritized. I mean, just as an example, among a lot of, let's say, other far-right thinkers or whatever, they would say, well, Mark Levin is only cares about Israel. Everything's kind of according to the isolationist wing.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you for.
So, where was I going with this? There's something you didn't mention, Gary, that's a big point. I definitely want to leave you with that before my turn is up. The redistricting. Maybe I wasn't here the other day. Did you talk, or not the it hasn't all gone through yet, but it started. The Supreme Court decision that race shall not be considered as a factor for congressional districting. And there's some predictions that this is going to give, maybe not this term, but maybe quickly this term, upwards of 20 seats to the Republicans, and that this would be a more permanent thing, owing to the fact that a lot of the states, the lines have been drawn according to previous laws and Supreme Court rulings, where it was like, oh, we have to protect the majority minority districts that tend to always vote Democrat. So you had this perpetual Democrat seat, but now it's almost that they're going to be legally required to for redress and stuff, to redraw the districts. Some of them are going to do it before this election, and therefore a lot of those will go to Republicans again, maybe even on a more permanent basis, just by the demographic redistricting. So on that aspect, I think there's been tension on between the MAGAs, because this is a big wedge issue for them. It may even bring some of the neocons the Never Trumper neocons who, like Liz Cheney has a special personal enmity, but at the same time, no, she may be a person like Liz Cheney may be like, oh, I'm voting for the Republican because I've always been a Republican, and I'm not voting here for Trump. I'm voting for the local. Do I want a Republican or a Democrat? And I guess I'll vote for the Republican. And it's great that we're all going to war now, right? So I think that it's a bit overstated in what we see publicly of the MAGA stuff, especially combined with this redistricting thing. I think it still might go to the Democrats this time, because there's a lot of, unpopular, the favorables, all this, but it won't be as clear as I think people have been hoping for. So anyway, that's my 2 cents, Gary.
I'm really happy you brought up for greater discussion the Supreme Court decision, and there's several, but the most recent one was the weakening of the Voting Rights Act. It was a 6-3 conservative majority. It struck down just a few days ago a majority black district in Louisiana, ruling that it unconstitutionally racially gerrymandered. And so what this is called is a presumption of legislative good faith. So the court is now requiring that the federal courts, when these issues come before them on the district level, begin with a presumption that the state legislatures acted in good faith when they redistricted. Which I know you did not want me to do in your ear. So what that does is to make it more difficult to argue before the courts, presumably. The Democrats lose seats because Black and Latino electoral districts traditionally favored Democrats. So 2 states come to mind that went right through the House because whatever DeSantis wants, DeSantis gets. Heavily favors 4 additional seats going to the Republicans. So your analysis is spot on, Agent, and I thank you for it. Meryl, followed by Errol.
Excuse me. I don't want to cough in anybody's. Oh, excuse me. You talked about the Democrats. I think the biggest problem Democrats always had is that they split. They never. You said splinter. That's what Democrats did, and Republicans never did that. And that's a problem. However, I don't expect that to happen this time. I don't. I think everybody keeps forgetting. We talk about the redistricting. Okay, that's a problem that Democrats have never played dirty. Republicans always had dirty tricks. They'll do this. They do. They didn't let Obama pick a Supreme Court justice. Mitch McConnell wouldn't let him do that. Democrats always let they never said, hey, it's your last year, you can't. But they did that to Obama. They are ICE, the reason that he wants so much money is because I think Trump intends to have ICE at voting where people vote. I think he plans on intimidating them. There is the redistricting. There's he's targeting states like Michigan and said that we don't vote fairly, we don't vote legally, and that Trump won in Michigan and didn't, whatever it was, or Detroit, whatever it was. He wants to mess around with that. One of the things, though, that and gas. Excuse me. Mile, Michigan yesterday had $4.99, and I think today I read it could go as high as $5.16. I'm not sure, but $4.99. There you go with a dollar bet. I think that people disregard, and Republicans especially, the effect that the No Kings rallies might have. The hands off and No Kings rallies, and there's going to be a couple more before there'll be more. And I don't think they really take that seriously. And I don't think they understand that's not all Democrats. That is not all Democrats. You got a lot of independents. And I don't think they understand that when you look at that, if there's 7 million people, that's 7 million votes. But those 7 million are going to be asked to, do you know 25 people? Do you know 10 people to get more votes? Which is how you used to do campaigns. When you used to do campaigns in the state, you used to give people 25 postcards. Say, send this out to 25 people, and that's how it would work. And that's what the No Kings thing is going to be. It's going to be, how many people can you get that aren't here today, but can you get to vote? And that's part of it. And I do think that should not be completely discounted. And the other thing is, I don't see costs going down by November or by August, because what you have with Trump, you've got somebody who's off the rails right now. Nobody is telling him anything. You can't have General Kane cannot talk to him about tariffs. And what you did today, what you saw today was, here you had Trump saying, well, we won, maybe we didn't win, this and that, this and that, this and that. You had Hegseth yesterday, who was, it was abysmal. He was so bad. And they have not won the war. They have not yet won the war. And they're never going to get a peace agreement that's going to be better than what John Kerry put together. It's just not going to happen. And now what you've got is Trump doing what Trump does. So today Trump is tariffs, and he's back to tariffs. I'm going to have tariff this country and that country, and he's mad at Europe. He's mad over here, and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. Well, that's how our prices started to go up before the war. Our prices were already going up, and now he thinks that if he does the whole tariff bit, is going to suddenly make, and the war's not over, and gas isn't going down that quickly. And when you talk about the stock market, we all have to remember the stock market are investors. That's not your everyday people that are living who maybe don't even have $500 in the bank for an emergency, or people who don't have 5,000 even. So you have to take that into consideration. And you're talking about what the Democrats are going to have to point out is they are when they have to, the deficit. They're going to have to talk about the spending. And it's insane what Trump is saying. We don't have enough money. We're not going to give kids lunches, and we don't have daycare. And we're not going to take all that food that we have that's sitting on shelves expiring. We're not going to send that overseas to save malnourished children, starving children. We're not going to do that anymore. But you're going to give me money for my bunker. You're going to give me $700 million to redo the interior of the living quarters of the White House, and you're going to give me this much money for this, and I need this much money to for the plane, to the gift that I got, and I have to have that all redone. It's insane, and that's not what people know. The more you read, the more you learn, and the Democrats are going to have to point this out. They're going to have to point out that when he asks for a lot of money, he's not just asking for ICE, not just asking for defense. Go take a look at what he's asking for himself. What is he getting, and what is his family getting, and why aren't the Republican Congress? They're not doing anything about it. And this is all you can do. This is all the Democrats can do, is get the right message, stay on it, and hope that prices don't go down. And I don't see it ever being able to go down from before the tariffs. And you've got farmers that are you have more bankruptcies with farmers now than you've had before. It's bad time. It's a bad time. You've had Goldman Sachs that is saying they raised the percentage rate that they think. I think they said it's a 75%. Heard of that? Okay.
Remember that.
Now here comes the MAGA. All right. What are you giving MAGA? What's he giving them that's going to bring them together? What is it? I don't understand that. If you say, okay, no more war, MAGA people are going to look and say, why do we have this war? Why did it cost this much? What is it that he can give the MAGA people to bring them together? That's what I'm wondering. I know that he's talking about the MAGA split. I understand Megyn Kelly. I understand all of that. But I'm not hearing what they are demanding that Trump can
I think what they're demanding, what I hear them saying, is an end to the war. A real end to the war.
A real end to the war means what? No, we're not going to be fighting anymore, but what does it mean that we lost the war? This is an embarrassment. It doesn't mean
if you are a high value and
that they
talented
still
employee
can
who's
have
qualified for
they
your useful
can still
position,
possibly
you may
make
be able to keep your job. But if you were hired because of DEI and community representation,
weapons,
your
they haven't
Chicago
lost what
GovJob
we're
program
being
position,
told they
they
lost
terminated in
so far.
2027.
And I don't see, and then when you start talking about why did we spend $2 billion a day, I don't think that Trump can give the MAGA people, I don't think he's going to be able to you think Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to say, okay, everybody, now let's vote for the Republicans because the war's over? I don't think so. I think that some of these people are making a break, and I think that they want to run. I don't think that Trump can give them what they want. And I don't know that the Republican Party can do much more. They're already giving everything away. So I just don't see it. I see for the first time in the Republican Party doing what Democrats did for years and years and years. And I don't necessarily think that Trump can bring all of these people back together again. I haven't heard anybody tell me he can. Does everybody think that, what does the end of the war mean? Does it mean we just bring everybody home?
I think it would. Now, I understand your counter argument to that, but the question you asked is what would satisfy them. And I'm not saying that I can speak on their behalf, but I am saying that based on what I hear them say, it seems to me that that's exactly what they want. They were not in favor of this military action in the first place. I think they were okay with the August 12-day war, where we were just dropping armaments from the sky and so forth. But once you put people in harm's way and you have so many troops assigned to this conflict, this goes against what they say they voted for when they pulled the lever and pushed, however it is done, the button for Donald Trump.
Okay, but does that mean, so then what he does is he's just doing what he's doing now. He just walks away. So that satisfies them. You just walk away.
I don't think it will satisfy you, and I don't think it'll satisfy me, But then the question you asked is what would satisfy the MAGA base to maybe reunify them, and I think that's the closest thing to doing that. That would be the way he would do it. And knowing Trump, we have no idea what his game plan
He
is.
stops all traffic accidents by his aura.
538. Yeah. So
He also stops all traffic accidents by his aura.
I really don't. I think he's beyond where his administration could say, the fact that he's terrorist today told me that he's doing what he wants to do.
Well, he always has been impetuous and emotional in his and intuitive, correctly or incorrectly, in his approach. So I'm not arguing whether what he might or might not do is good, and I'm not arguing that I know what he might or might not do. That's, like I said yesterday, it's the same thing as trying to guess what a jury's going to do. And you know as well as I do, being in the profession, you can't guess what a jury's going to do. So I get that, but your question was about what would satisfy the MAGA base potentially. And if you are one who believes that now that we're in this, we cannot leave until those nuclear weapons capabilities are secured, then you ought to be concerned about the potentiality that he might just declare victory and walk away in order to reunify the base.
I think that's what he's going to do. I'm just wondering, does that really unify them? I know we're hearing they're saying, no more war. But do they, if he just walks out, do they look at that and say, okay, we won and everything's fine now? Or do they start have a little bit of, are they a little bit angry with him still?
I don't know if we have any folks here who consider themselves to be MAGA folks who are in the audience. Raise your hand and please answer Meryl's question. I was chuckling, Meryl, when you said the Democrats never, the Republicans don't fight fair, the Democrats always do. I just want to remind you, since you're in Michigan, that in 1972, there were all these fake Wallace delegates to the Democratic convention.
Right.
They were bound to vote for Wallace only on the first few ballots, but at any rate, they were actually McGovern. I knew some of them. I knew some of them. I mean, they were laughing about how they pulled that off. So they went in as Wallace delegates. He had a substantial base of support, grassroots, not organized, and that's why things fell apart, that he didn't have his own delegates to present because he really didn't have, there were no campaign offices open in Michigan for George Wallace, but you know as well as I do that there was significant grassroots support for him, and so these folks thought it would be really cool to claim to be regular Wallace delegates when they were really McGovern delegates. So the Democrats can fight dirty as well occasionally.
Occasionally. I was thinking more in terms of, stacking the Supreme Court, doing what they did to Obama. They never did.
Out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. In. Focus your mind on the rhythm. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2. Your lungs
and diaphragm take up this rhythm spontaneously. 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 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 2. If your thoughts wander from what we are doing, 2, 3. Gently lead them back. 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 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 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3. As the lungs take up the rhythm automatically, inhaling and exhaling, this rhythm gradually is extended to all of the body tissues and cells. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 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 2, 3, 4.
Struggle American American politics law.
Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3. Enjoy the deep relaxation that rhythmic breathing brings. In, 2. The whole process is simple and pleasurable. 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4.
And the Nevada Supreme Court, because quotes of his wisdom, decided that partisan advantage is a-okay, because that's what the Constitution says, question mark. The same people who, despite the Voter Rights Act having a long history of being voted on in like 99-0 style votes in the Senate and similar margins in the House, decided that they could just ditch all these other things that have all kinds of precedent, and so now racial or gerrymanders that eliminate the power of racial minorities is just a-okay. So what do the midterms mean? is a really important question, just in terms of the context of this question. Because if we had what used to be more standard districts, right, where they weren't sort of drawn with, by algorithm to maximize partisan advantage, this would be a blowout, just an absolute blowout, where Republicans would be just reeling. I mean, we're talking, I think it could be, 30 seats, despite how tight the House is right now. Usually when you see the really big swings, it's because one party has this very substantial advantage, and so there's a lot of seats that were maybe tossed up last time that went to that party, the party in power. This time it's almost a 50-50 House, and so there's less room for there to wave to have a high number count, but I think there's going to be a lot of seats that flip and what would have been considered safe Republican seats when the cycle started. But the way the boundaries are drawn, who the hell knows? So we're really going to see. I do think that MAGA's rift is going to have a big impact. I'm not sure if it's necessarily MAGA is the right rift. I think people are sort of alluding to this before, where I think MAGA kind of stays where they are, but it's the people who align, the coalition members who wouldn't necessarily self-define as MAGA, but were staunchly anti-democrat. Those people, I think, are the ones that are going to either stay home or even switch. I think we're going to see a lot of that, and I think it's going to play in really interesting ways. I mean, it remains to be seen what happens in heavy military districts when, based on the hearings that I heard, there was a lot of things that the military didn't do to protect people who are now, unfortunately, either dead or injured, where they knew they should have known better and did not protect troops that were on bases that they knew they couldn't defend from drone attacks. That kind of stuff is going to have a ripple within a particular community. So a district like I forget, maybe Virginia 2, it's the most eastern district in Virginia where all the military bases are, kind of Virginia Beach. A district like that might really swing. There's some in San Diego that have basically been kind of re-gerrymandered by Prop 50 that maybe would have swung a lot, or maybe in a place like Colorado where you've got Air Force, and we'll see how those play out. There's other communities where we're going to see the anti-immigrant fervor is going to lead to a backlash also. A lot of people who come from communities that may be first or second generation in the U.S. who at least move towards Trump, even if they maybe didn't vote the majority for him, I think we're going to see a whiplash there. I think that's going to have an impact. And I think that when it comes to the midterms, we're particularly going to feel this impact at the local level, the down ballot level, where there's less pernicious gerrymandering happening. That's gonna really show up. I think we're talking county commissioners or county judges or whatever you call it, your particular neck of the woods. I think we're going to see a really big shift of those down ballot seats in a way that's go from Republicans to Democrats. Not least of which because of how pissed off Democrats are, and this is part of the no Kings piece, there are a lot of people who have taken the jump to run for office, even though it's an expensive, unpleasant thing to do. They want to run to serve, and Democrats are running pretty much every line of the ballot, up and down the ballot. And so I think that's going to have a really big differentiation, and I think some of those people that are redder, they're not necessarily Democrats. They are maybe running on the Democratic line, maybe not, but they have sort of a different take on what it means to run on that line than what's happened before. Sometimes they might even run as independents, and I think those kinds of races is probably where the MAGA rift shows up the most, because if those candidates continue to emerge as they have in the cycle, MAGA, but has been part of the Republican coalition, are certainly not turning out for the MAGA candidate. And one of the risks that the MAGA movement, if you will, the Republican Party, I'm not sure how much of a difference there is between those two right now, is going to find is that gerrymandering also means that you've got your loudest asshole in your party talking an awful lot. Because when they're safe by 20 points, they'll say whatever. But they might be in the same media market as your swing district, and you can't sort of protect your you're a person like, say, a Mike Lawler in New York, who maybe is considered moderate or moderate enough by enough people to win a swing district, but now is having to answer for his neighboring congressman or woman who's so out there that that person's actually costing them votes. And there's not a great mechanism for getting that person to shut up, especially in the MAGA movement, which rewards people who double down and triple down, even on things that's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know, reducing pharmaceutical drug prices by 600%. So I think the MAGA rift is going to...
How do you reduce the price by 600%? You made it 6/1,000th of a 6/100th of a penny?
I think a lot of Democrats and
Oh, you took it from $1 to 6 cents. I see.
Which
how are you doing that?
But a lot of them are just kind of waiting to win because the other side is face planted so hard, right? We're seeing like 14-point swings, polling moving in their direction, and they're sort of resting on their laurels and saying, "Oh, they're just it's going to come to us." And what they should be doing, in my estimation, particularly given the recent ruling, is really showing a clear vision of what they're not, right? That they're not the corrupt party that the Republicans are. That they actually are for working people with families. They actually want to see a future for young folks. So they actually put something out there that people are really, really excited to vote for. That's more of a popular movement than what I see much of the party doing. So there's a rift that's going to matter. I hope Democrats do more to take advantage of it. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Aaron. Your initial comment about the erosion of the Voting Rights Act makes me think that 3 guys, based on that Supreme Court decision, have got to be rolling in their graves. One is LBJ, because he called for the legislation and pushed it through Congress. The other is ML King Jr., because Martin Luther King Jr., it was his activism, mainly in Selma, Alabama, that ultimately prompted the then President Johnson to push for this bill. And a name that's going to be less familiar to some folks, Mike Mansfield, the Montana Democrat, who actually introduced the bill in the Senate. They've got to be rolling in their graves over what that Supreme Court decision left this nation with today. Thank you, Aaron. We'll go to Monsef, followed by David. Monsef, are you with us? Your microphone is open. We don't hear you. There you go.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good. I said I'm glad Aaron covered a lot of technicalities about gerrymandering and redistricting and all that. I'm in Florida, and you mentioned that DeSantis. I mean, it's shameful what's going on.
Let me ask you a question, Monsef, a little off topic, okay? If you don't mind, because since you're in Florida, it makes me think about this.
Yeah.
We know that the Florida property.
Huh?
Israel, you're good. But no, you should still do it. Have you been to these? Have you ever been to one of these before?
Maybe once, but I can't remember.
I've heard really good things, and I've been to like similar style things, just not. And obviously, I go to the floor party, but they do the first Friday. I've heard good things. I'm excited. Hey, Miss Karaoke last night. Did some liberal got so like David Allan Coe died yesterday, and I played a song by David Allan Coe. And like with a girl, and this guy was this like random guy that like Seth Rogen was so pissed. The cops had to come to get him off. Like, do you know David Allan Coe's history?
Mm-mm.
I'm not going to get into it. There's some racist allegations. But I'm like, the last song was Michael Jackson. Like, what are you talking about? Like R. Kelly. And like, Elvis is a pedo. I don't know. A lot of fun. karaoke?
Yeah, it's okay.
I think it's a very good activity. Very good activity. But yeah, so I'll see you at 7.
Okay, so
And I guess that's it.
I was thinking maybe I should take the train there.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you take the metro then? Isn't there's
No, I mean,
or the L? Yeah. You got it. Apparently it's really fun. So which one?
yeah,
And then
we're going to show along. All right, I'll see you at 7.
I'll see you at 7. Bye.
Okay, bye.
We saw a migration coming from rich states to Florida. We saw reverse migration of Floridians go into states like Georgia, Alabama, rural states in Alabama, Louisiana, where they could get a cheaper house or with cheaper taxes and cheaper property insurance on their property. So it's as much as something goes up, as hard it's going to be the readjustment to the market. So those migrations have slowed down quite a bit. So with the demand for housing being so lower than what they were in, let's say, 21, 22, 23, naturally the prices are going to go down, and this is evidentially shown in the listings of housing. There's more houses. There are more houses that sit on on the market for longer. Before, we used to have the bidding war scenarios where you list your house and in half a day you get 5 bids, and you list your house for $500,000 and you end up selling it for $600,000 because of the cash buyers. So that's an interesting market situation for the real estate market, and the drop is not necessarily good because the market is adjusting. That means that a lot of people that have bought homes last year or whatever, they're going to find themselves underwater. If you get a mortgage at 85 or 90% LTV, your equity is going to be wiped out if the market drops by 10 or 20%. So that's
not good for them, but good for Gary. So that's all I care about.
Wait to see you with open arms, Gary. The rental market is also was also affected. People were not able to, like, I'm talking about average workers. Like before, someone with an average job, let's say in Florida, that's like a $40,000 job, can easily afford a 1-bedroom apartment. That's not our reality anymore. And this is, you can only blame it on the inflation and all that. So instead of going to apartment.com or whatever to find a place, the app that was getting the most activity looking for a place when you don't have a lot of money was roomster.com, or Roomster is an app, which is literally renting a room in someone's house, because that's what, with certain salaries, that's the only thing that you can afford. And things were never this bad. I mean, to rent a room with roommates, that was a thing with, students, people with their first jobs at minimum wage, all that. But reality is that became a reality for a lot of people that have degrees and just started in life that they can't even.
The topic at hand.
All right, so the rift in MAGA, the redistricting, like I said, in Florida here, it's shameful what the Republican Party has started with this redistricting thing. Like Merrill said, the Democrats are not immune to doing nasty things. We have done stuff in the past, that's fine. But with this redistricting fight, if it wasn't for whatever was started in Texas, California would not have followed through. It was not something that the Democrats would have started on their own. It carried through. But if you do something nasty like this, which is literally, I mean, it's shameful. at least do it when you know that the result is going to be a blowout. It's not going to be a blowout. The House is probably, well, not probably, there is in the predictions market, there's an 85% chance, I guess, that the Democrat will take the House. So if you're doing something nasty as, getting it on your name that you redistricted to win and playing dirty games, at least do it when you have a chance that you're going to blow it out, that you're going to win. The Senate is a different story. It's going to be a tight race. But I just, the reason for the rift, I just watched a little bit of the speech
players. If you were
of Trump
hired
today in
on
the
players
Villages, which is right next to
you may be able
where
to
I
keep your
live.
job, but if you were hired
And
because of
it was the
DEI,
old,
community
it
real
was the
estate,
same
your
old
Chicago
stuff.
Gov
I mean, that is
program,
one of
maybe
the
terminated
biggest
in
kind of
2027.
retirement communities in the country. So there is a lot of kind of retired older folks living there. And I figured he was, going to be a little more whatever. But the whole thing was, and this is what people get. I say, turning the negative into positive and all. When we started this war, I expected gas to be way more higher than what it is now, leaving you to think that you should be thankful that gas is I filled up yesterday. I used premium and it was over $5. So he's telling these older folks that are retired or whatever that, this turned out even better than what I thought, because I expected the stock market to fall by 25% or more. Look, it's not falling. It's actually, staying steady. And I expected gas prices to be way higher. So be grateful that you're only paying $4 for regular. It's actually more than $4 in Florida. So, but people that have a little bit of resources, they might look at this and say, okay, so the war that we're not winning, and I don't care if they said that we're winning, we're not. The excursion that you said we're going to take a short excursion and we're not going to feel. I mean, haven't we already won, like he said? And if we're winning, how come the uncertainty in the oil market is still going up? Shouldn't it be 60 days after declaring us winners? Shouldn't we be seeing at least normalized gas prices? But in the other hand, you got people that, I sent you an article today, Gary. I mean, this guy is not in his position for the betterment of the average American citizen. He is there for his own enrichment, for his own family enrichment. I sent you an article on Messenger about how he quietly bought about 355 corporate bonds. And this is, for corporations that he was involved, his administration was involved in saving, like Intel. If you know that, the government took a big share in Intel, well, guess what? Corporate bonds of Intel are going to go up. Guess who bought $333 million worth of corporate bond? I mean, blind trust my ass. When you got your net worth go up 7-fold since you took the presidency, and you go in front of people and talk to people that don't have any money at the end of the month to invest, and tell them that the Dow Jones is hitting 50,000. I was expecting it to hit 50,000 in 5 years. It wasn't going to be 5 years. The market usually doubles in about 7 years. It was going to be maybe even, 6 months, a year. It was on an upward trend anyway. So, I think Merrill said that you're talking to people that don't even have any money left over to invest. And he's telling them that they should, that things are great. Yesterday, I don't know if anyone noticed that debt to GDP is actually hit over 100% for the first time since, I think, 1948 or so. So our national debt now is 100.3, I think, of GDP. First time ever. It's something to be proud of when you're a president of this country, that under your rule, that gas prices are the highest probably in the last 5 years. Debt to GDP, things that he promised in in when he was running that he's not going to be involved in. I mean, the slogan for that he run under is America First. He's doing everything, not be America First. So I don't know. MAGA is mad. I mean, you're gonna see a lot of people like Margaret Taylor Greene and all that. Can you still hear me? That are out there outspoken about what's going on. But regular people are still gonna go to the rallies because they think he's the savior of this nation. He's gonna save us from all the nasty immigrants. People that kill our citizens and all that. I'm not going to go into tangents about this, but crime committed by foreign aliens is a very, very small percentage of the crime committed every single day in this country. But I guess securing the border, I have to give it to him. We did get that done, but let's not overblow this thing. We always had crime in this country committed by American citizens on American citizens. So talking about situations here and there when an illegal alien killed a beautiful young lady somewhere. It's not like we didn't have that in our country. So the speech.
So how does that reflect on the midterms? I mean, you have not yet addressed the MAGA split. I don't think I heard you say anything about the MAGA split and how it affects it.
Well, MAGA is just realizing that all the stuff that they were fighting for and took the leader, that he's going to go with their ideology, America First, no foreign wars, lower inflation, or whatever. I mean, this guy failed to deliver on every single item. We saw the MAGA kind of deflections in all in the whole process of this presidency. We're not talking about the midterms going to the Democrat for no reason. If this was a successful presidency that the Republicans would have stuck with their choices that they made in 2024. They not. The reason that you see, and there is an 84% chance that the Democrats are going to take the House comes because a lot of folks and people that voted for this guy realized that they voted for a mirage. I mean, nothing that he was talking about, and he's still talking about now, have materialized. Inflation is still up. We are in a war with no strategic way to get out. Prices are still up. There is nothing, I don't care if people are not paying taxes on tips, but there is a lot of studies out there that say, waiters and waitresses that get into this category. A lot of them don't even pay taxes because they fall in the lower category of folks that their tax rate is so low, or they don't even have any taxable income to record. So it's this empty stuff. People are gonna vote by their pockets this time. A lot of experts are saying that prices are not gonna go down. Definitely not next month. Definitely not 6 months from now, because when inflation sets, it takes it a long time for it to go away. So this is not a MAGA rift. It's a Republican voter section that literally realized that they went by slogans, and the reality is definitely not what they expected. Anyway, that's all I have to say, Gary.
Thank you, Monsef. I will just point out that we should all be aware, no matter who's running for office, that campaign promises are made to get elected. They're not made to be kept. And we should just be aware that that's how it works. Some politicians actually do attempt to keep their promises. But the primary reason you're on the campaign trail is to get the votes needed to win your election. And so it's not unusual for a candidate to promise one thing and then do another.
Yeah, I understand that, Gary, but when things are definitely, continue to be bad after you took, the presidency, and you're telling people that actually $4 is pretty good. I know I promised lower prices, but you should be happy with $4. That's playing with the truth a little bit. No one ever. He was making fun that gas prices were reaching levels of $3 or whatever. Not too long ago, he was saying that under his presidency, gas is $1.99. It wasn't one. It was probably in one or two gas stations in the whole country. But he was proud of that. But now it's to make something that's so horrible for the U.S. Consumer, make it palatable. He doesn't care. I mean, he's worth $7 billion, and most of it happened when he was a president. His whole career as a real estate developer, he barely scratched that $1 billion mark. He only became 7 times more richer when he became a president. Don't tell me that he's gonna feel the person that's now has to take public transportation.
And didn't Obama's worth jump exponentially?
Yeah, but not using the government programs, not using his name. He wrote books. He made appearances just like Clinton did, just like W. Bush did. He didn't use his name to go to the Emiratis and make $2 billion deals on crypto, selling his own crypto as Trump crypto, He didn't do it by going to the Middle East and telling people that they, to get a deal that they have to gift. And people were gifted a $400 million planes and rights to have their name, his name on buildings anywhere from Saudi Arabia to the Balkans to whatever. So it was not this blatant kind of, nobody ever made $6 billion in extra wealth in using the presidency than this guy. Yeah, Barack Obama is probably worth $100 million, $150. I'm talking about he made $6 billion. Nothing to this level. Thank you.
Thank you, Monsef. We'll go to David, followed by Man.
Yeah, not a lot to add, Gary. A lot of what I was going to say has already kind of been said. I would just say that it comes down to the pocketbook. It comes down to the outsized, issues of the promises made versus not kept. I think that has to do with America First. I think you're absolutely right. Promises are always made, but not always kept. But when they speak to the heart and soul of a party, it's kind of like the Christian stuff, right? His embarrassment on Easter Sunday. I mean, what did that do to his Christian base? Mocking or not revering their Lord and Savior. So these are snafus or whatever you want to call them that are difficult to unwind. Not to mention, Gary, a lot of Americans voters, a lot of Trump's base, they get their information from these podcast guys that you've been, lampooning on the stage, and they're not reading the issues. They're going right to a source, and it's like going. I mean, I'm not trying to compare the two, but when somebody goes to church on Sunday, they're there already kind of, maybe their faith's wavering a little bit, but they're going there to hear the truth and the story and what's really going on. They want reassurances, and they're not really questioning the gospel per se. They're there to believe it. And now Trump's driven this wedge of, do we believe this guy anymore? And I think ultimately his messianic zeal, this hypnotic effect he's had on his followers is starting to break. And now you've got these right-wing influencers that are breaking with that, and they're calling him out. And a lot of his GOP base is also probably scared shitless, but they don't know how to challenge the guy still, because he still has that much power and popularity amongst that base that has to reelect him every 2 years. So it's kind of a rock and a hard place, but I think I think people have already headed for the exits. I think every time they go to the pump, they may not see a Biden sticker saying, "Thanks, Joe Biden," but they're blaming somebody. They're pissed off.
Actually, Jennifer put in the chat, which folks is linked above, where it says main chat, that she saw in Michigan a sticker on the gas pump with a caricature of the president. So apparently there are some people putting up stickers blaming Trump in the manner in which they did, blaming.
Yeah, you're going to start seeing billboards coming up before the election. You're going to start seeing, if he doesn't have his shit together pretty soon here, and the Supreme Court decision, the Supreme Court decision, as I don't know how to put it, Gary, as reactionary as it was, if that isn't somehow leveraged by the Democrats, you mentioned the folks rolling in their grave. Well, hell, Gary, your generation fought in droves and marched in droves for these things as well. This isn't just great man theory politics that emerged out of the 60s. There's a whole lot of issues that came to bear on a guy like Johnson. And Martin Luther was a mouthpiece of a very sizable movement. Many black folk goodness out to take umbrage with the fact that their bodies and their lives are on the line for these voting rights. So I think ultimately there's big chunks of the country that owned that victory and fought and marched and sang and did all those things in tandem with beating back the Vietnam War, which also took down in some part measure Nixon's administration. And so, we have to remember that these hard-won gains don't just come in a vacuum and with a stroke of a pen. So I think at the end of the day, the MAGA folks, I think so far their power, their influence is holding because troops aren't on the ground yet in Iran yet. And I think that is where I think the litmus test. I think if he's holding on to any form of the GOP's position going into the midterms, it's because he hasn't made that move yet. And as soon as that move has to be made or is made by him, then you're going to see, I think, the washout that guys like Aram and others have spoke about in the room today. And I'll land there.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I mentioned it the other day if the section of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that demand public accommodations, which ended the Jim Crow status of not status, but in Jim Crow, it was common in the Deep South for restaurants to have signs that say we reserve the right to refuse accommodation to anyone for any reason. But we all knew what that reason was. I remember as a child walking into a restaurant in a small town in Mississippi. I was staying on a farm down there over the Easter break, and one of the adults in the farm had to run some errands. The gentleman who ran the farm, and I don't call him a farmer because he actually had a job outside of the farm, so the farming was part-time. But at any rate, he had to go into town and invited me to go with him. So I got in his pickup truck. We drove into town and we walked into the restaurant and we sat at the counter. And he's going, he says, order whatever you want, son. And I looked, and in front of every stool there was a reserved sign. And I said to him, CJ, are we supposed to be sitting here? The seat is reserved. And he burst out laughing. He goes, boy, this seat is reserved for us. It was an eye-opening experience. But maybe somebody's going to argue, and maybe it'll go to the Supreme Court. I'm not saying that there is such a case, but I wouldn't be surprised if such a case were presented where some kind of a restaurant owner argues it's his property and he has the right to determine who enters, crosses the threshold and who doesn't. It's his private property. And that might get struck. And we might see those signs again. I don't know. But that's the direction we're heading in with some of these erosions.
Well, I also want to say that a lot of the gains that were made in the 50s and 60s, coming off the horrific history and heels of slavery and Jim Crow, was also the United States' attempt to show newly minted African nations that we have our racial house in order, that we're making progress, and you can side with us versus the Soviets, and that our policies and our vision of democracy and life and liberty and pursuit of happiness is right here in America, these United States. And we couldn't make our international plays the way we did, beating back the Soviets, so long as our racial house is in disorder. And you had the images going around the world of Medgar Evers and the marches and the dogs and the water hoses and all that stuff that went around the world. You couldn't say this was the beacon of democracy so long as that was existing in these United States. And so I believe ultimately that in addition to all the efforts made by the Kings and the Malcolms and that leadership and people behind that the United States also had to bring the force and the weight of the government to bear on the backs of racist white folks to say, hey, enough is enough. We got to march toward a much greater victory, and that's the Cold War. And I think ultimately that also speaks to the wins. And for us to kind of pivot now, 60 years removed of these legislations, is really just a leap backward. They say the United States Constitution was a great leap forward for humanity. That's 1776 documents. Well, this is a leap backward from that leap forward, in my opinion. And I'll end there.
Thank you, David. Mann, followed by Ben.
Hey, Gary, I thought I'd come up on your stage just because you haven't had a single MAGA participant today. So.
And I want to hear from the MAGA folks whether this is a split that will affect the midterm elections or.
I'm going to get right to that. I hate trying to prognosticate. I'm not good at it. But there are some things that I think people should know if they're willing to hear it. First of all, this MAGA rift is mostly a headline rift. I don't think this is really affecting the majority of people who support President Trump or Republicans or both, if you think that there's little light between the two. This is happening mostly among the chattering class, and I don't really think it's going to translate necessarily. It's certainly not going to translate into voters for Democrats. It could translate into a critical number of people not going to the polls in a small number of districts where the races are tight. It is that way, and it's been that way for 30 years or so in the United States, that elections are very close. But you should know that what appears to be a civil war going on the internet is not really happening among the average Republican or supporter of President Trump. Quite honestly, I know all are going to hate me for saying this. We are extremely pleased with President Trump so far. I do think that probably the one place where there is a lot of concern, and if it's not a concern now, it will be in the future, possibly in 2028, is among the young people. The young people, in many ways, are the audience for all of the radical politics that are plaguing the Democratic Party right now. So if you feel frustrated that your party has moved too far to the left, the likelihood is that maybe you don't have a kid in school right now. But as far as I can tell, the Democratic Party actually is moving in the direction of where young people are being educated to be right now. I don't know how that's going to translate in the midterms, but you're also forgetting two important, not you, Gary, but some of your participants. One, there's going to be a summer of Trump, okay? Trump's going to hit the trail as he always does. If there are no crowds at his rallies, then maybe I'll be worried, but I suspect that it will be, provided that he can have the security that he needs to do them, there'll be sellout crowds as they always have been. And Trump is very effective when he takes to the road, so that's going to happen. The rift is exclusively over the war, which is kind of like a bipartite issue. It's endless wars, scare quotes, and it's also Israel. Those are the two issues that are brought to the fore by this, by what's going on with Iran right now. I'm not terribly concerned that I'm not terribly convinced that these young people are going to be essentially reacting in an anti-war way if this war concludes in anything like a favorable outcome for Donald Trump. If it is escalating by the end of summer, if we're moving towards more combat, possibly even boots on the ground, that, it would seem to me, would be an indication that you're going to probably have a lot of young, possibly MAGA voters who have a kind of anti-war, maybe a right-wing anti-war thought process. That might do the trick. So in many ways, it does kind of hinge on what happens in the next, let's say, 6 to 8 weeks with the situation in Iran. And then, of course, I mean, obviously, it's almost always the case that a president loses majority if he ever had it during the midterms. So we should kind of expect that to be the case. But you should get over the feeling that because Megyn Kelly and Steve Bannon and Mark Levin are having a feud, that means MAGA is just going to fold their arms and not go to the polls. That's just not what's going on out here.
For that, man, before I get to Ben, our poll shows that of the 75 votes cast, 58% do not use spaces, 43% do. So the reason we can't put up that poll, and I thank you all for participating, is because we've been playing around on the weekends on spaces a little bit just to see what it's like, see if we can expand our reach. And we were curious about that. For those who are interested, at 1 a.m. Eastern Time Sunday morning and at midnight Sunday night going into Monday morning New York time, we will be holding forth on spaces, but we will be back, of course, Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time here on Clubhouse. Ben, you get the last word.
Well, regarding Trump's role in the midterm, the topic of the room, well, I think, if Trump were to start stumping for Republican candidates in the summer, I would also think that there would be a lot of crowd as well. A lot of people probably go there. However, the people that are going there this summer probably will not necessarily rooting for Trump himself, but rather maybe heckling him. The reason is because if they look at what's been happening for the past 18 months or 12 months or whatever number of months that he's been in power for Trump too, a lot of the voters that voted for him, the MAGA crowd, the so-called, would have realized that they're actually not better off. They're actually worse off. I think some of the previous speakers have already mentioned a lot of good points in terms of what's been happening with the economy, what's been happening with grocery prices, with job opportunities, etc. And people have realized that the fact that the stock market is doing well doesn't necessarily mean that your grocery bills are going to be okay, that you have your stability and safety net, if you will. I still believe the old adage espoused by Tip O'Neill. I guess I'm dating myself, but he was a Speaker of the House many years ago. His saying was that all politics would be local. He was a congressman, obviously, but with that logic, I believe that yes, the war, geopolitical issues, these are important to voters, particularly ideological voters. Initially, you can have Trump's platform was to get rid of these illegal aliens. Let's hit our enemies, Iran, Russia, China, etc., etc. Those are all good rhetoric in terms of getting the attention from voters that tended to be conservative, or particularly use some of the far left measures as a punching bag to get support from the right wing voters. But having done that, having won the office, eventually voters are going to go back to their local issues, meaning their own pocketbook, their own interest. And to be frank, I think what Trump has done so far is not so much working, enhancing the economy with the wealth or the economic condition of those voters, but rather himself. When you look at what Trump has been doing, changing the name of Kennedy Center, adding his own name, putting his name on the dollar bills. There's going to be gold coins with his face, and he's going to build, the new ballroom with his, insisting $400 million ballroom, and there's going to be an arc of triumph, probably even taller than the Lincoln Memorial. He's claimed himself to be a better president than Abraham Lincoln. He has done so much for himself, not for the MAGA voters. Again, on the money side, like Monsef has mentioned, he's presumably has bought hundreds of millions of dollars worth of bonds, and the fact that he's pushing Wong to be the Fed governor that potentially would cut interest rate, he's going to benefit that greatly. And he's going to build his presidential library into a hotel, another Trump International Hotel, I guess. I hope these things probably make the voters that voted for him realize that Trump really did not want to make America great again. He wanted to make himself great again. I think instead of a MAGA, probably the term should be MTGA, make Trump great again. And honestly, I congratulate him. He's done pretty well in that regard. With all the Bitcoin and the crypto that he issued under his own name. So I really think that with his continue building his own wealth and net worth, he's done on the platform of the presidency of the U.S., voters for the midterms would realize that even if they will not rebel against him, they would want to look at their own pocketbook, their own security. They will say, maybe this is not against Trump, but I need to pay attention to who I'm voting for my district, whether it's Congress or the Senate. And I think that's actually very, very clear. There's even indication from some of these propositions in various different states, whether it's California or Texas, voters are realizing that, yes, having a good ideological base, whether you are hoping to dial back the country into the 17 or 1800s, whether you're anti-immigration, whatever actions that you're anti-left, if you will, that's all nice as a slogan. But eventually, we'll have to eat, we'll have to live and sleep and drive, and gas prices would be it. So I think he's been gaslighting voters for many, many months, if not years. Like what Monsef said, he said in Florida, I think he was saying, you guys should be happy because the gas will be $10 per gallon. Are going to be realizing this, and they will have to refrain from continuing supporting Make Trump Great Again.
So I'm going to tell you why I think that everything you said is true, but why I agree with Mann that it doesn't matter. And here's the reason. When he ran for office for his first term, he pledged to eliminate the national debt within 8 years and significantly reduce the federal deficit. During his first term, the national debt increased by $7.8 trillion, and yet he was reelected. Folks, we're here, or elected again, I guess would be a proper way of saying it.
Can I just share one word on that, Gary? The testimony by Hegseth in Congress, where he was asked that, how much money are we spending on this? And I think he gave a number 25 billion, and the Congress said no, it's actually more than many times more, like hundreds billions or something like that. And Hegseth's response was like, hey, how important it is to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. Is that worth the effort? And the Congress said, even though that might be, but you should be aware how much money it would cost us in order to accomplish the goal. Right.
That is a violation of law, actually.
I guess what I'm saying, Gary, to your point about the voters would still continue voting him, even though he broke his promises. Gary, all these promises are promises global, international, and that I'm sure these voters would still be believing in those promises and believing him for that. But Gary, the big difference of then and now is this: then this is into drive. Now continuing forward, and I don't think the Hormuz thing.
Yeah, here's the problem. Here's the problem with your thinking, and then we're going to close the room. But I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, the problem with your thinking, Ben, is when Joe Biden or any other Democrat is president of the United States, and there are economic issues like this, the majority of the Republicans will rally around that issue and blame Biden for it. When Donald Trump is the president, I don't think they care about the issue to the point that I think they should. I don't think they care. And by the way, if there are Republicans here who feel that my assessment is inaccurate, click on the main chat above.
And go into the Facebook Messenger Critical Thinking Forum chat.
And go into the Facebook Messenger Critical Thinking Forum chat. And explain to me why I'm wrong. But I think that my assessment is probably pretty accurate. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday.
To respect them through their sheer achievement and through their sheer influence and power. They grab
all the power?
Yeah, they grab
Who
all
are
the
they?
power.
What is this? Who are they? What are you talking about?
They forced the Arabs to respect them. They forced.
Nobody respect them in the Arab word. Nobody respect Hebrew in the Arab word. Nobody speaks Hebrew in the Arab word. So what can you respect them?
All the sheikhs bow down to them.
Who is down and who's bowing?
The sheikhs dance. The sheikhs dance in front of them.
Mine is the head of the man.
David the
and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, shorn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new figure of the intimate head. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the storm that I made to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge, that its strong at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the passing of night and I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of the intimidated. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the storm that I made no more to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. this I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and angels. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the cry, the voice of the saints, 11 are the voices, Abraham the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. white and gold, and mind the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so that I have to be in my power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the fight, voice of the saints, 11 all the voices, mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, So run I after thee in thy car of glory. On my fingers I invoke I never walk the double power in the voice of the Master. To by the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given unsaved deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light and I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of the world. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke the voice of the master. To by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the to by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the moment of my sword with both the passion of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the promise and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to child and conquering Lord, Horus, the song I invoke. My hand is my sword and revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus and by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword and revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of my light I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Abraham, Lord, I invoke. Off the waves of music in the song that I made of old, to invoke. The flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, Horus and Angel. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the spirits, 11 of the voices, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. By thy fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to invoke. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and Angel. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing light that I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and sign. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so I after thee in thy power of glory. By thy fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword and revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy cloud of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power, the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made no more to The flaming sword, crown of child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Then strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. To by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I heard the wand of double power in the voice of the master. to invoke. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. By my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of to invoke. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, 11 all the voices, Abraham the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and Angel. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and Angel. By the song I invoke In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy pity. By the sword I invoke is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, Horus and Angela. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke begotten child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of to invoke. The flaming sword, proud, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and Angel. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike, get my pity. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, 11 are the voices, Abraham the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Why is the red triangle reversed, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord? By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Why is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear? By my robe I invoke thee. Why is the sign of the prophets and time? By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike, get thy pity. By the sword I invoke the voice of the high, the voice of the saints, 11 are the voices, Abraham Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Why is the red triangle reversed, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O invoked thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the high, voice of the saints, 11 of voices, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke. and mind the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I let along of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, proud, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the high, voice of the saints, let all the voices ever Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so on I fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, chorus and angel. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the fight, voice of the spirits, 11 all the voices, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, proud child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of more to invoke. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the high, the voice of the saints. 11 of the voices, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of more to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, Abraham the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and glow. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given unsaved need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of night I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham the Lord. By the Lord I invoke. Of the waves of music in the storm that I made a to invoke. The flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike get thy pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy pity. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Every breath of the Lord, by the Lord I invoke. Of the waves of music in the storm that I made a mourn to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the high, the voice of the saints, 11 all the voices, mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I heard the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of to the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the high, voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, Abraham the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so I have to be in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike, get thy pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. To the flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike, get thy pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Lord, waves of music in the song that I made of home to invoke. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, chorus, avenger. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike, get thy pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of home to invoke. The final and conquering Lord. By the song I invoke, by the get my pity, by the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing light I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke and I'm the new vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of the world. So run I after thee in thy power and glory. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let its sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. My sword of revenge, let it strike at my pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of my white and gold, and mind the blue figure of the intimate air. My crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world. As I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Music in the song that I made to by the song I invoke. My hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so I am to be in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power, the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and Angela. By the song I invoke, revenge, let it strike at my pity. By the sword I ahead of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Why is the red triangle reverse the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord? By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so I am to thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To by the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, in sight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. Father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and glow. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke time. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke glory. By my fingers I invoke Master. To by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword and revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I Keen as the hawks, by my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and glow. By their brightness I invoke thee. O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe place and time. By the silent voice. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. My fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Thy sword and revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and glow. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the soul, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in unfold. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to inform. The flaming sword, proud, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. Triangle reverse the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel beats of the world, so run I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to invoke. The flaming sword. my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and glow. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the passing of my that I wear. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. By its red triangle reverse the sign, given unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, born with gold, the flashing light I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, crown, child, and wandering Lord, Horus and by the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on sacred deed of thee, O Lord. Of white sword with gold, the flashing light I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. My fingers I invoke. I heard the one of double power, the voice of the Master. To inform. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, by the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke heaven and sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing light I wear. My robe invoke. Is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign and invoke. White and gold, and mind the blue figure of the intimidated. My crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world. So I am to thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimidated. Mine my crown By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke, my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my pity. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, stone with gold, the fashion of night I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world. One I have to be in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke. thy sword and revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance flame. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save repeat of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue of pearl. So run I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, horrors and anger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword and revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold. I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world. So far I have to be in the power of glory. I bear the wand of double power, the voice of the Master. The flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and Angel. By the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I mine is the head of one man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimidated. Mine my crown I invoke. Fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus and Angela. By the song I invoke. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimidated. Mine my crown To by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strong I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To Let it strike at my pity. Of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red, by the lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sold with gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. To my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I mine is the head of a man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. It's the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light. By the song I invoke, my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of one man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child. My father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb of the gold, the flashing of light I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of my light I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidated. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power and glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power, the voice of the Master. To my hand is thy sword. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and glow. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred being of thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of night I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the car of glory. My fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, trump, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, and by the song I invoke. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the fight, voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, and the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Why is the red triangle reverse the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord? By the Lamb I invoke thee. Why is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light I wear? By my robe I invoke. Why is the sign of the prophets and time? By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Singing the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master foe. Draw the flaming sword. Drown child and conquering lord. Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I the voice of the fight, the voice of the sinners, 11 of the voices, Abraham and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white. stone with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. My robine fold. God is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side and mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. My crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the breeze of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. My fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. The flaming sword, proud child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the Sirius, 11 of the voices, Abraham Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. Mother and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. My robe of the prophets and time. By the side and fold, turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke. In thy car of glory, by my fingers I love. child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the seers. 11 other voices, Abraham Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the side I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers on the double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the Lord I invoke. On the top waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master foe. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sailors. 11 are the voices, Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the sun I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master pole. Draw the flaming sword. Drown, child. I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the spirits. 11 are the voices, Abraham. And my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of mine that I wear. By my robe I invoke God is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. And I invoke all of the darker waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike from Master Paul. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the cry, the voice of the spirits. 11 of the voices ever and Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on months a repeat of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of mine that I wear. By my robe I invoke is the sign of office and time. By the side and fall of glory. By my fingers I child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I the voice of the fight, the voice of the sinners, 11 of the voices, Abraham the and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten, for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke God is the sign of office and time. By the side and mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham the Lord. By the Lord I invoke. Music By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the serious. 11 of the voices, Abraham the ahead of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and white is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on once a repeat of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. White is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of mine that I wear. By my robe I invoke God is the sign of the office and time. By the sign I invoke so run I after thee in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham the Lord. By the Lord I invoke. The waves of music in the song that I made of old. To strike the master foe. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke sight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. By their soul, by the Lamb I invoke thee. By this the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. By my robe I invoke by this the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, chorus and angel. By the song I invoke, Lord of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, Abraham alone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on once they repeat of thee, O Lord. Is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on once a repeat of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of mine that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and time. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my glory, mine my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power Strike the master foe. Draw the flaming sword. Drown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the seers, 11 are the voices, Abraham Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master foe. Draw the flaming sword. Drown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Sword I invoke. keen as the hawks. By my head, iron I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Triangle reverse the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of night that I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the office and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the spirits, 11 of the voices, Abraham. Mine is the hawks, by my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the office and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown of pearl, so run I after thee in the car of glory. Mine my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham of old, by the Lord I invoke thee. Waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master blow. Draw the flaming sword. Drown child and conquering Lord. Horus and Angel. By the song I invoke in my hand get my pity. By the sword I invoke the voice of the spirits. 11 of the voices. Abraham Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save repeat of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sun. merciful. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of night that I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of office and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke the Master, Abraham of old. By the Lord I invoke off the waves of music in the song that I made a mold to invoke. Strike the merciful. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the sailors. 11 on the voice. insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke Father, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sun. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the fine fold. Mine is the sign of the office and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of old to Strike the master blow. Draw the flaming sword. Drown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus and in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the spirits. 11 are the voices, Abraham the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. I am the only begotten, for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of that I wear. My robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the office and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. My fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Child and conquering Lord, Horus and angels. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the spirits. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of the office and time. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. waves of music in the song that I made of old to unfold. Strike your master blow. Draw the flaming sword. Drown, child, and conquering lord. Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, 11 of the voices, and mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant beauty. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. The blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of the world. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Draw the flaming sword, drown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on unsacred need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flash of and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Draw the flaming sword, drown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on unsacred need of thee, O Lord. Mine is the garment of white, so mine of office and time. By the side and mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. My fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. The flaming sword, proud child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the cry, the voice of the sinners. 11 are the voices, Abraham Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save repeat of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of office and time. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on the sacred deed of thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of joy that I wear. Mine is the sign of the office and time. By the side I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the boots of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham Lord. Draw the flaming sword, drown, child, and conquering Lord, fortress and danger. I'm the song I invoke. My hand is like
unbelievable what AI with design tools is doing. It's your average Joe is able to build a website now by just.
But it makes sense why he viewed women the way that he do. He even fucked over 200.
Okay, 40 years old. Someone do the math. Say he lost his virginity at 16.
Distance for the Iranians. There is no way back.
It's a fight that nobody's going back on. That's it. But the question is now. The main question that we're having, and to a lot of people, is what is the fuck is the next step? And we should be speaking about it and preparing ourselves mentally for, like, how you guys were preparing for this mentally. Everybody's preparing for the next steps that are mentally. How they're going to affect the Americans and how they're going to affect the Persians. Because it's going to be a ripple effect.
Well, and let's not forget, Romeo was saying that then you have the actual army who's not with the IRGC. So you have these different departments that are not even remotely connected to the IRGC that obviously, needs to come into play too.
Well, you also got to remember too, again, like the young lady said, you don't know necessarily the plans. And again, Trump could leave the IRGC in control. Like, he could walk away and say, hey, they agreed not to develop uranium. This is number one on my priority. They have turned over. We're going to have inspectors. And he can come away with something along those lines, leaving the IRGC in problem and lifting sanctions and creating an economy there, working with trade relations on that. I mean, if the Iranian people want to throw out that, Trump could say, well, then you need to do it. That's also on the table.
The only thing I believe, Mike, that there might be, I agree with you 100% on everything you just said. Even the IRGC standing. But I think there will be at least one condition before Trump pulls out. It's going to be to say a fair election, and somebody's going to have one of the countries like neighboring Kuwait or Saudis are going to have to monitor that it's fair elections. That to see if the people want the IRGC to stay or to go. Just maybe to give them that. That I might think that would be one condition that Trump might give them, is to allow fair elections there in that country.
I mean, he could probably throw that on there, but let's be honest.
But then he just fucked the Iranian people. You understand?
Yeah, I'm fully aware of it, and it's not like the U.S. has fucked other nations when we've pulled out Afghanistan prior in the 80s. But I mean, you know, it does happen. The U.S. has kind of, you know, waffled on some of its more stances just due to political leanings, because again, you've got 2 years of this. So whatever administration comes in and follows it, there could be. I mean, fuck, Trump's like getting attacked on a daily basis now. He's got a sniper every fucking other month. So, I mean, you know, if the man goes, Vance would be picked. You know, is Vance going to continue the work there, or will he do some aerial withdraw? Will, you know, he change course? You have a lot of what ifs. I would say you're juggling a lot of what ifs, and it's interesting to plot out. But my overall consensus is that if the IRGC agrees to Trump's demands, he's going to leave them in play.
I don't believe he's going to just leave the Iranians like that. There's going to be a regime change. I just don't see it.
Rafi, and I'm going to ask you this directly. Do you actually think that one of the major factors in why Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and the other players in the cabinet, the people at play, went into Iran really is them trying to bring freedom to Persians? Like, do you actually believe that? Because I can tell you, I don't buy it for one fucking minute that was a major motivating factor. A beneficial secondary possibility, sure, but I really do, unfortunately, think that we should look at American history, look at history of other Western empires, and if the motivation to go in is self-serving, which it almost always is with the United States, if we're being honest with ourselves, then if you can get what you needed, then you're not necessarily there to quote-unquote bring someone freedom.
But what was the idea? Sorry, Ben, I'm interrupting, but what was the idea that was sold to the American people? Is when the protest said, he said, if anybody more dies, you carry out executions, we're coming in. The threat was basically to save the Iranian people. So now it's going to be basically, if they pull out in the Iranian eyes, what they went in for that was sold to them, they lost. They didn't accomplish.
You mean like what we did in Vietnam, what we did in Korea, what we did in Afghanistan, what we did in Iraq?
I understand, but do you think Trump's going to take this out? Between me and you, do you believe that Trump is one of those to take an L?
I think Donald Trump will take a Trump-crafted narrative win. And I think you have to look at Donald Trump and see that this is a man who's willing to say he wins even when he didn't. He lost an election and has said he won the election, right? If you say he's short, he says he's tall. There are plenty of situations.
We all know it.
There are plenty of situations where the Venezuelans, and he was going to overthrow the entire regime, and we were going to be sitting in the country while they had free elections. No, he took the head off that snake, realized the snake below it was cooperative and manipulative, and now we are going to have a beneficial relationship with the new government that's there. He can't do the same thing in Iran, but it doesn't mean he can't craft a narrative and say, our experts have looked, we put them 30 years back on developing any sort of technology to make weaponized uranium, to make the warheads, to make nuclear power, so we're good for now. We got rid of the entire leadership. It's going to take them decades and decades and decades to get back where they were. We're not going to waste American lives. We're going to go home.
Brian, I
And
disagree.
he could craft that as an American win. And you would have diaspora Persians furious, and you would have a lot of other people who'd say, look, he lied when he came in. And he would celebrate himself and throw himself a parade, and his acolytes and supporters would say, hey, we went in and did what we needed to do. Iran is not a threat to Israel anymore. It's not a threat to our Gulf dominance. It's not a threat to us economically. They're not in a position to prop China up anymore economically. He could craft a sort of win and then exit.
Brian, I disagree with you on one thing. I think he's actually looking for the vice president of Venezuela in the IRGC. That's why we keep hitting them like we're knocking Ayatollahs down like pinballs. I think, and he's trying to hit the leaderships. I think he's looking for that next person to step up and say, all right, I quit. I don't want a warhead on my forehead. Please don't fucking kill me. I'm going to cooperate with the U.S. here. I'll sign off and boom. And that's it. I honestly, in my best views based on Trump's tactics and military style, it's a neat coincidence that everything lined up, but I think he's honestly looking for the player that wants to play. I don't think he's looking for a massive regime change in which he has to send boots in the ground. And I think he's going to allow the private firms to come in and help rebuild Iran, but he's going to ask for a chunk of change on that. Iran's going to get it. It'll bring some prosperity. There'll be some problems, but in 25 years, if Iran capitulates, they could be an economic powerhouse.
Well, I don't think that that's impossible, especially because you still have the IRGC going through neighborhoods and plucking anybody who's oppositional or resistant and executing them. You have the political entities that are left fighting with IRGC, figureheads, I should say. I won't say leadership because who knows who's in charge of what. They're having those fights because I do agree with you. We are poking around, and Donald Trump is looking for somebody. And so there is a fear in the hardline regime that they're going to find somebody. I think the problem is they're doing a pretty good job of killing off anybody who could be that person. And so I don't know how long the United States and Israel keep chopping off heads. Like, how long do you keep at that game hoping you can find somebody in a whack-a-mole?
Pretty long. I mean, well, I get your point. Trump can't stay there very long. But I mean, they're doing pretty good on the whack-a-mole thing, so I gotta hand it to him. That part's pretty ingenious, and he is, rather than doing the direct conflict with the lower echelons, he's very strategic. He likes targeting the heads. He likes to create that confusion on there. So I honestly think with the internal fighting that's going on, if this is true, which I'm assuming it is because you have some departures going on in the country. You can see that online with various videos that are breaking out, and not the ones that are AI fucking made, but when you actually kind of can get through and verify the sources and verify that it's not AI, you can kind of see some resistance popping up to some of those. You see some fractional divides within the military, it appears. So I think that head is about to pop up. But you are right. The IRGC is trying to target any strong, unifying leader that's going to be like, hey, I'm going to take it. We're just going to end this shit. We're just going to give in.
I just want to make a comment on Bren that said that a lot of Iranians in the diaspora would be mad. Well, I guess, yes, a lot of Iranians in the diaspora would be mad, but don't forget that we didn't ask for help inside Iran because we're not living there. We're living good lives here in the West, honestly. So we're the ones that will be mad, Bren, will be the ones that asked for help, Trump for help inside Iran.
Yeah, I don't get how that has any impact on what my
So
state
I don't know why you're stating in the diaspora.
Because my point was we were discussing the pressure on, Rafi was discussing the pressure and impact on Donald Trump if he were to leave, right? So if Donald Trump leaves, Persians inside of Iran are not an impactful thing for him, right? That's the point of that.
But you state that the diaspora would, which side
Yeah, the reason I said the diaspora would be... Okay, are you listening or are you just speaking? Because I can't answer you if you're going to keep talking.
Go ahead, I'm waiting.
Okay, awesome. Rafi, I don't understand. Your space is the only one where people ask questions and then get fucking talking. It's the weirdest thing to me. I'll get used to it. But Rafi asked a very clear question about can Donald Trump just leave the Iranians hanging out to dry, right? And I said, and this is where my statement came from, and context is valuable in conversation, is I said he will have Iranian and Persian diaspora members really angry at him. You will have Persian communities in the United States that are angry at him. That will be mildly a pain in his ass and his reputation. Outside of that, if the rest of the world is frustrated, they're frustrated that this war is happening politically. So he's not going to catch a flack from people for leaving and exiting this and allowing the world to move on, right? Obviously, the most impacted people will be the people still in Iran and the people who still have family in Iran, which, by the way, I'm one of those people. I still have a significant amount of my father's family that's there. So I am not minimizing what that would mean if the Americans treat Persian people, right? I'm not minimizing that. But that wasn't the question that Rafi asked. The question Rafi asked was the consequence Trump would face, or do I think he could get away with doing that? Yes, I think Donald Trump is very capable of shitting on the freedom or the possibility of freedom for Persian people if it benefits him and if he has a clean exit. And the only real backlash he would receive in the United States would.
So he did it for basically the future of America, the move. This was like a power play for him.
This was a regional defensive play. Israel and Iran were getting into a place where the United States was going to have to make a really, really harsh decision into what was going to happen. And the reason, the United States spends billions of dollars a year as the defense apparatus for most of our Gulf allies. Right, we are a defense apparatus for the Qataris, for the Kuwaitis, for the Emiratis, for the Israelis. Right, the United States is a defense apparatus for Western Gulf nations, and the thing that we are defending them from is the potential risk from Iran and its proxies. So, if the United States weakens the regime to where they cannot fund and support those proxies, and they cannot pose as heavy of a risk or the horrible potential of them having nuclear means to fire a nuclear weapon and trigger a global cascade of nuclear weapons being fired in different directions, then that's a win, right? That's not a win that has anything to do with Donald Trump trying to bring Iranian or Persian people freedom. That is not what that risk was. That is not what that was about. Again, a positive side effect, if he can pull it off, fantastic. A secondary thing for him to be congratulated on, fantastic. But from a political lens, from a commander-in-chief in the United States lens, keeping the United States strength in the oil-rich region that is the Middle East, keeping the Israelis from getting into a nuclear conflict, from getting a nuclear conflict.
Amen. For the promise that he would be the head of.
A good ideological base, what
entrusted with guidance to get 1%.
No, I mean I can reach out to him. Yeah, I can reach out, which is good for him, or evil. What will bet?
is,
And I like where your head's at, so I would be.
but those
The Star of David is not Jewish. The Mesopotamians, Hindus, and ancient Sumerians all used this symbol before the Jews. The original meaning of the symbol represents something much deeper. The triangle facing upwards represents heaven. The triangle facing down represents earth. When it comes together, it represents unity of opposites. Because human consciousness has two natures, a heavenly nature and an earthly nature. The heavenly spiritual nature is for creation, imagination, thinking, and willpower. Your earthly nature is for survival, instincts, and reproduction. The ancient mystic seeks to balance both, not suppressing your survival instincts, but gaining mastery over them and integrating higher knowledge of human consciousness into the physical body. You're always going to have lust. You're always going to have desires to eat food all the time. However, it's about balance. Balancing your creative and your survival nature.
Come on over.
I was waiting for a Don't marry the person you can have fun with. Marry the person you can suffer with. Anyone can look.
If you're scrolling right now, how much are these e-bikes? Around $2,000? $1,000? You can get them all for that price. I only need one. Actually, all these e-bikes are on clearance right now. It has a huge discount. Really? Right? Well, of course. It features.
الترجمة اللي سموهم رسمية مالت أم حاطة سمدين وحاطة سنبصي هذه رايد شكون اللي يسجل نفسه حتى اللي يحط له حجارات بجيبه الملابس مالته شو اللي يظل باحث يعني إلا تشوف ما عنده أبدا بدي تشوف نوبات عالقه زي هيك تشتف حرب تشوف إلا تشوف إنسان يعني احترام مع البنات توصلوا على حلقه بشريط لاصق بشفية وهم تشوفوا إلا الباسو يقوم ينود مع البنات كيف باحث يعني هو أول شيء يعني يخوفوا العدي ما يريدون يقعدون بعدين يضمنون حقوقهم كاملة وفق الاحترام بالسيادة ومو هاي الطريقة راحنا بالغطرسة مالتهم مال الكاوبوي فهذيش احنا حاولنا معهم يحلون لا والله ويزودون احنا نزود عليهم وينعلونا بحسهم احنا نعلق في عنا ويجون ويشوفون اذا لهم نية جيدة ان شاء الله يشعموا للشر وبالعكس يعني هسه اني انفصل باللقاء وياكم انه اشكرهم يعني عافية عليهم أنا أول ما أشوفهم يحجون حجاية براس الخير لما قالوا إحنا نستهدف صدام حسين وعائلته بالحلقات المحيطة يعني وين موضوع يعني على هم يخلصون يعني شعبنا ولا يضربون الكهرباء مالتهم لا يضربون المي لا يضربون بيوتهم لا يضربون مدارسهم لا يضربون أطفالهم وشياكم لأن اسمها معلومة خليتهم ماشي عايزين منازلة احنا وياهم يلا وبعدين هم الوزارات من الراكعين قلت البيوت يعني مثل ما يقول مثل بالمال ولا يعني بالعيال ويا وبعدين الوزارات من الراكعين يعني البيت القصر اللي تهدمون والبيت ولا القصر اللي تهدمون من البيت من اللي بنى هم العراقيين والشاصة ناشئة العراق فهذه يعني هذه زينة يعني هذه فيها معنى هذه الحكاية الوحيدة حقيقة اللي فيها معنى.
Press one button and just drop this into your kid's backpack.
Incredible demonstrations all over the country. The towering strongest hydraulic release rocket ever done. The 150-meter rope takes around 13 seconds, and they can reach speeds of up to 40 miles an hour. It's just Josh's strength that saves a disaster. Sergeant John Parker, in his full mess dress, travelled down the slide on a brolly.
Hold on.